too. That's cool. All right. OBS. Or rather, computers. I'm back. We need to start browser. Browser. Okay, so I am not going to do that again. All right. So, oh, wrong one. You go over here. Okay, so ZPD. I wish I had like at least something I could draw on, but I guess we'll do. What's your all favorite drawing tool online? Is there like a draw MS Paint? Wait. I'm on my Microsoft. Do I have Paint now? Oh, I have Paint. We could just use the original MS Paint here. Just because this is really bright. You just go over here, and can I just you there? And better. Okay, so ZPD. Let's choose some nice color here. Okay, I'll do it again. So ZPD stands for Zone of Proximal Development. It's a programming terminology. Sorry, it's a learning terminology. That's you go to like I don't know 24. You go to like 20. There. Okay, I don't know how to move that, but zone of proximal development. Basically, this is it's the point at which you're going to get the most learning out of something. It's also going to be fairly uncomfortable. ZPD, yes. So if we're down here, we have comfort. We're comfortable. And up here, we are drowning. So this line is a thin line, and basically the idea is like if you think about yourself as in the ocean and you're treading water, you need to do a little bit of work to keep your head above water and to not drown and die. But you don't need to do too much work to stay afloat. That's the that's like the equivalent of this. By doing that for a long period of time, you will increase your muscle strength. You'll grow. You'll like get more fit. It'll basically be really good for you. If you're comfortable, that's basically you're not learning. You're just doing the things that you're already used to doing. So you want to be above comfortable, but you also don't want to be to the point where you're drowning and dying because you can't like handle anything. And so that's up here. So just this sweet spot right in here where you're uncomfortable. It's not comfortable and it's not fun. Usually, there is a way to get around that. Like, for if you make games or like other fun things, you can or play games. You can actually mask this, the discomfort, and make it feel comfortable. There's some brain tricks you can do for that, but generally speaking, you want to stay here as much as possible. So if your projects that you're working on, applesauce, if those projects are keeping you up here, it might not be the language, it might be the projects you've chosen are just a little bit too advanced right now. If you bring that down back into this level, stay here for a little bit and you'll notice, and this is where animations would be really nice. I wonder if I can can I grab things? Maybe? No? Probably not? Let's erase. No, that's not right either. You gotta hit the treadmill instead of the bench press. Yes, exactly. That's a great way to put it. I don't know how to select like this line. I don't think I can redo it. But basically, over time, you'll notice that this top line will start. No, that's come on brushes. We'll stop. We'll start going up there, and the bottom line will go up here. And so your ZPD, your like the level that you're able to do will increase over time. It can decrease too if you stop using it. So basically, keep at it and always stay in your discomfort zone, but not in your drowning zone. And then you'll be fine. You'll before you realize you'll be doing all sorts of amazing things. Makes sense. You want it to be as productive with Rust as you were with Python. Yes, that's a ridiculous expectation right away. But it's one of those things where we can trick ourselves into thinking that um, we're because we're like, oh well, I know how to do it logically, but the language is different, and now I have like syntax. You have like the syntax to learn. You have the borrow checker to learn. You have there's some systems level programming concepts that you might need to learn, like memory management. All those things are like aside from the logic, and yeah, you know how to build projects. You just don't know how to build projects with Rust yet. This is also a really big part of growth mindset to get yourself like to always be growing. Applesauce, you redeemed Pet the Cat. Kitty Cat is not in here right now. I'm gonna take a really quick look outside, see if he's outside. He was hanging out with my wife. Um, so we've got Zilby is our kitty cat. We think he's around 5 months old or so now. Oh, camera is a little bit high. And he's been pretty awesome. Yes, definitely, Zilby Heart, and definitely Kitty Cat Heart. I was he loves being held too. So it's like there's been a couple times where we ended up having to like program one handed for a little bit because he just wanted to be held for like 10 minutes. Um, but do you want to go hang out on for this camera? Cool, but you like doggos more. I do want a doggo too. Oh wait, is the cat cam not on? The cat cam isn't visible. Hold on. No, you're not working. Oh, that's too bad. The cat cam is not working. I have a secondary camera connected, and just OBS is not connecting to it every once in a while. I have to like restart OBS. I don't want to do that. So unfortunately, we're not going to have a cat camera. We'll just have to grab him every time we want to do a pet, or you can watch him pass by. Doggies are cute too. Yes, they are. Um, Thanks for the advice. Deep down, you know what you need to do. Sometimes it's fun to procrastinate and hear some much needed wisdom. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Um, I think like you'll be fine. Just don't stop. Don't stop. Never stop. All right. So let us continue on. What were we working on? We were... All right. We're figuring this out. We have some errors in here. So first of all, derive default. We can't derive default here because point 2 doesn't know how to derive default. So we're gonna have to delete that out. If we really do need default, we're gonna have to implement it ourselves. Oh, do you want to create a game that teaches Rust? That would be a lot of fun. There are some like games out there that teach programming right now, and like there's the Rust Lings course, which is that close to a game? Coding game is like very gamey, and they allow Rust. So I don't know, like I'd have to think about like how that would work, but that would be a lot of fun to do. I'm gonna add that in to the backlog. So we're creating issues in here for things that we might want to do later. So this one is create a game that teaches Rust. All right, so we got that. Now, what are you upset about? Oh, you're U32s. So I need to reset you to be F32s. So can I do this? No, I can't cast it there. When do I want to cast it? Oh, can I do an into? No. Let's do... I guess I could just do this here. As F32. Okay, so 2 errors left, but no more errors on this page. That's fine. Then down here when we do drop param new dot dest, and this is going to be self dot title position. So that will position that title where we want, and so therefore in this library, when we pass in the starting scene, we need to pass in the screen size, the title text, the screen size, and the context. So that's next. Is what does our config JSON doesn't have the title, so we're gonna have the title is jungle. We're also going to want to update. Actually, before I get to this, let's do a little bit of test-driven development. So that's going to be in our config mod. We can come down here. We're going to expect this to have a title, and that's going to be, what is it going to be? I guess right now it'll just be jungle. That'll be fine. Got 2 owns. And so we expect this when it loads up. Now it's telling me that this jungle doesn't work. We don't need the raw config anymore. So it's going to be pub title string. So you're here now. We don't need raw config anymore, but I'm guessing we might in the future. So it's a lot of work right now to keep. Let's just get rid of it. So we have config. going to be our... Oh, you know what? It's because we have the start button, like, is a string, turns into this. Okay, so I see why we had to do that. So then in here, we're going to have a... what else is on this? Oh, config here. We're going to have a title. So we need to grab that from here. Title is going to be a string. Title is going to be raw config dot title, and that's what we return. Okay, so we're fine here. You're not fine over here. Okay, so now we have that in the title, so we can now pass in title text. That's going to be the config. So it's going to be a reference to the config dot title. We need the screen size. So in order to get the screen size, we also need the context. Now, is that completely true? Well, we need to pass in the context anyways. So we need the context here. In order to now get the screen size. Let screen size equals, this is going to be graphics, drawable size, and then we'll pass that in here. And then finally, the context. So that makes you all happy, except now we require the context to be passed in the game state as well. So we need to go there and pass in context. And now you're all happy. And so we can now run cargo test. That test should just work just fine. Oh, you did not. What happened? Test config, load config failed. Missing field start button. That's because in my test config, you need to be start button. I wonder if I should just make it load the config for this. That would be interesting. Small brute. You have a 1,000-byte data packet and want to send it from S to B. Your rate is 1 gigabits per second. How long will it take? I don't know. I would probably just send it and find out. I don't know. There's so many, like, I don't know. That sounds like math. The fun thing is that having been a systems administrator in the past, the laboratory answer is one thing, and then after that it becomes, well, what's the frame size? Are we using jumbo frames? Because then I could just send it in like one millisecond or so. Also, what's our wires, like, what we say 1 gigabits, but is that full duplex or is that half duplex? And what else is using the network at the same time? Wireless or Ethernet? I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of like trollish questions I can ask there. But I don't know what is it? 1,000 bytes. That's 1 megabyte, kind of, almost. Um, that's what 1/10, 1 gigabit, so like half a second, somewhere around there, like less than a second. But it shouldn't be yeah, on the network on the lowest level it should be like what, quarter of a second, half a second. It's store and forward, checksums take no extra time, latency only is created from transferring the packet, error messages take no time, there is no errors. You send packet by packet. Yeah, it's the train. Unless there's a collision, then it has to send it again. Unless we're UDP, then we only send it once, we don't care. You send bit after bit, unless you're using jumbo frames, in which case it's all at once. Because then we can jumbo frame it, the entire thing. That was one of the coolest things I learned about the networking. The networking admins were playing with jumbo frames in order to like send a gigantic amount of data in one frame. It was really cool. No wizard stuff. Haha. Yeah. All right. What are we doing here? We're looking at this. So missing start button. We change that to start button. We're also missing title, which I think we set to jungle. And all the tests are passing. Okay, it's perfect. So with that being done, I think we can now run this. Let's try. Well, I mean, we're getting the title. It's just the wrong position. So, what do we need to do here? In our start scene, we're setting our position here. We have our tile width and our tile height. So screen width divided by 2 minus title width divided by 2. I mean, that I would think that should work. And then we're translating that over with the destination here. So that should like be shifting it over to the appropriate spot. Welcome to the jungle. Yes. What did I do wrong here? So title position is stored. This is width and width, height and height, width and height, width and height. Now I could try doing the math first. As F32. Oh, and you need to be. Oh, okay. So 2. So we could try this. You go away. You go away. Context. Wait, how did that run? Did I not save it properly? Okay, so you're still in this wrong spot. What is my size? I'm worried that like there's that flickering where it's like changing location. I'm worried that my resolution isn't actually set though. It's not being set properly by the time it gets down to here. So I really want to. So do you have an answer? No. Like really, really, really small. Um, but that's why I refunded it too. Pet this cat. We can do that. Chantilly suggests 3 seconds. Should take 0.008 milliseconds. That is really, 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 really short amount of time. But that makes sense with a gigabit per second um, connection. All right. We also have a pet, the cat. So Zilby is a little bit sleepy right now, but super, super, always loves to be pet. So let us. Should treat him with a fish. Do we have any fish? We have a. There's a. We've been experimenting with different snacks that he likes. Um, he so far kind of likes the little anchovy snacky that we bought from the pet store. Um, his favorite his favorite food snack has been just the dry kibble. Like we've been using that as a reward, but we ran out finally, and we've been switching him over to more wet food. Um, and that's harder to give him as a snack. He's not quite as driven by food right now. Um, the vet was telling us that that probably will change. Most cats seem to like uh, self-regulate with food when they're really young. But all right, let's see here. We wanted to debug this screen width and screen height coming in. Make sure that it's exactly what we think that it is. Let's do that here. So in the start scene, I want to. Also, we're getting. Yeah, okay. We're setting the font, and then we're getting the dimensions. So that makes sense too. So I do a debug, and I want screen height. Oh, you want to. Okay, so we're going to do screen width, screen height, opposite of whatever I'm writing. Okay, so let's try this, and let's see what we're getting. Because we should be getting 19. We should be getting 1920 by 1080, but we're not. There's our problem. There's our problem. Um, so I'm setting the resolution to 1920 by 1080, and it's getting that flicker as it's switching the resolution over for us. Now, in our config, we actually are storing a resolution X and a resolution Y. So I can pass this in. Um, I wonder, however, if it would be better to, at this point in time, do a context switch. So can I do a graphics set drawable size? Okay, so we have context. Our width is going to be. Wait, this is start screen. Wrong place. In here, we have the config right there. So I want to do a graphics set drawable size. Okay, so we passed the context. The width is going to be the config dot resolution X. config.resolution y. Okay, so if I do that, now what happens? Oh, that's fun. So that's clearly not what we want. With the full screen type, so maybe we just need to pass it in the config. Maybe we just need to pass in the full like a reference to the config here. So let's come back to here. Instead of the screen width and screen height, let's just get the config. Okay, we already are aware of the config. So then I'm not going to debug you. Okay, so then in this case, we don't need the title text. We just need to pass in the config, as this is now going to be the config.title. We still need the context. That's going to be fine. So we get you. This is going to be title dimensions, context. All right, so instead of screen width, you're going to be config.resolutionx, resolution y. So if I do that, now back to here, we're going to pass in the config. A reference to the config. Oh, yeah. And we don't need you anymore. Can I move out of view? I don't want to. Take a reference. Oh, you need to be a string? Really? Okay. Do I have to clone you? Ah, apparently I do. Okay, let's try running you. There you go. And jungle nice in the center. We still getting that little bit of a flickering, which I think is like the resolution changing as everything is loading up. I'm not really sure there's anything I can do about that. Now, this is a 4K display. The device is going to be running on is just 1920 by 1080 to begin with. So we might not get the flashing on there, but I don't have a device like that to actually test that with. Dota 2 Attitude, hello. Things are going well. How are you? All right, so we have jungle here, and then we want to down here have like a press start to begin. So what is that going to be? We're going to want the text for that. Oh, you're just polishing your portfolio site. Nice. What technology, what stack are you using for that? Might improve the DevOps. Oh, DevOps is so fun. Okay, so we have like the press start text. So like we really want like the actual text to display. So title subtext, I guess. And we're gonna have you to be press start to begin. And then we want to make sure that they're equal. So I'm thinking with this looking at this, I think I want to get rid of the the test config.json. This is making me have to change this multiple times. So I'm thinking just actually config.json and testing that directly is the better way here. React, Redux, Jest, and Rails. Oh, interesting, as Rails is a backend. Deployed on AWS. Oh, cool. Okay, so if I get rid of you, and we just go into here. So you're now yelling at me that we don't have a title subtext. Let's go ahead and add that in here. Title subtext, you're going to be a string. If you're a string, you actually need to be a 2 owned. Looking like it's cost $3 a month. Secrets are expensive. It's, yes. Although like $3 a month is not too terribly bad. Although I'm paying, I just got a bill for $10 for DigitalOcean this month, so I might need to switch that back over to AWS because it is cheaper over there. Although they have the new app, like the new app thing on DigitalOcean, that might be something to take a look into. 10 cents a day for your secrets? That feels too much. DigitalOcean does not use AWS to host their stuff. They have their own servers, which is actually one of the reasons why they're more expensive. Like a lot more expensive. Their call to fame when they first began was they had SSDs for all of their servers. Hardly anybody else had those, but now everybody has them, and DigitalOcean is not really unique anymore. Okay, so if we have you now, so we have our config. We want to pull you in of like what we're grabbing in here. So unfortunately, if I want to grab in the title, we need it from the raw config. So this is going to be the title subtext, you're a string, and then we pull you from here. AWS is a lot of work to set up. Yeah, no, I've done it. I've done it in the past, and I do it for like at work type stuff too. It really, like, what I need right now is basically just a database and some places to store things. Also, like, I need to learn more about AWS for work purposes, so I might actually get refunded for some of the learning that I do with it, which is really nice. All right, so we've got you, no errors. I should be able to run this test. And then you're gonna fail because I don't have a title subtext in it. So let's go ahead and add that in. This is gonna be press start to begin. Okay, so now we have everything is working here. Are you gonna go serverless route or EC2? It really depends upon like what exactly I'm building. I'm thinking like one of the next projects I want to work on, and actually want to, you know what? I don't think I have this down in my backlog. Yeah, let's create an issue for build a website for Brooks Builds. So basically just like a website for the show, and I'll probably do WebAssembly stuff with that, and it'll be lots of fun. It'll probably end up being on I'll either put it on S3 or Amplify. One of those places. Service is basically free for any amount of traffic. Yeah. Yeah, I remember looking into that. I would like if I need a backend, like to begin with, I might not need a backend. I might just need some APIs to hit, and that could be Lambda functions maybe. Which also then we can look into Lambda functions with Rust. I noticed that Mr. Halsey was streaming building Lambda functions with Rust, so that might be fun too. If like AWS lets us do that. Okay, so we have all this stuff here. Now we want, and because it's in the config and we're passing that through, we should be able to come back to start screen. And now we're gonna want the sub uh, title subtext is gonna be text, and we're also gonna have a. I guess in this case we just call it subtext. Maybe subtitle. And subtitle position is a 0.2 f32. Oh, you have a server bug? Okay, well, we'll see you when you fix that. All right, so let's see. For our subtitle text, that's gonna be pretty simple. We're just gonna create it exactly like we did this previous one. So let mute subtitle equals config dot subtext, which we do have to clone it. Then we want to set the font. Okay, so now we're setting this to be 74, like 72. We're gonna want that to be configured in here too. So we want I'm thinking that we want to like actually set this as consistent font sizes throughout. So instead of like just numbers as every single thing, we probably want to do something like um, font font large, and that can be like 72 dot 0. We can have and then this will be font small. It could be maybe like 30 30 36 dot 0, and we'll have a medium in there too. I don't know, 55. I don't remember like what the pixel rules are for like choosing the right font sizes. And if we put all of these in here, we have to update our tests. So we're gonna have pub fonts. Where are you? Actually, I might as well just grab you all. Throw you like this. Okay, so begin with your pub. And at the end, you're all going to be F32s. And we're going to take all of you. You're going to be in the raw struct 2 without the pubs. Okay, so then we're going to grab our font large, font medium, font small into here. Okay. Font large is raw config dot large. Okay, that makes you happy. And then test-wise, we need to update you. So we're going to say font large is going to be 72. Font medium is 55. Font small is, what did I say, 36? And make sure you're all the same. So So you're happy. 4 errors though. Trailing comma. No trailing comma in JSON. In the start scene, okay, so let me use subtitle equals text new config. Okay, so we create that. Oh, and then missing field subtitle. Oh, right, because we haven't set this up yet, so we need to do that next. Now we can do subtitle dot set font. Oh, also you can now be set up. So instead of this one, we're gonna do config dot font large. Okay, so font scale. So you're gonna be a font default for right now. And then font scale is, let's do scale uniform config dot font small. And then we'll store away our subtitle. Now our subtitle position. What are you doing here? I don't think I need you. Then we're gonna want our subtitle position. So subtitle position equals new. For X is going to be the exact same thing. We want the middle of the screen horizontally, so that's going to be the config dot resolution X divided by 2.0 minus the width of this entire thing. So we do need to grab that. Now, I wonder if this would be like easier and better to like grab out of it directly. Because I think I can get minus this will be the subtitle dot. Okay, so width as in the context that returns a U32, so as F32 divided by 2.0. I wonder if this would be better. And this will be the config dot resolution Y divided by. I don't want this divided by 2, actually, do I? I want this to like starting from the bottom of the screen and then minus maybe like 1/4 of it. So minus config resolution divided by 4. And then that's where we're going to put this. Okay, let's try that. And then we'll store this away. Okay, no errors. Let's see what this ends up looking like. Failed. Okay, so because I ran cargo test. Also, that failed. That shouldn't have failed. What happened? Result unwrap. Oh wait, did we not put in all this stuff in? Let's see. What is it looking for? Trailing comma. Because I forgot to put a test in there. There's jungle. If we want to use the text, it would be really helpful to actually throw that into the draw, wouldn't it? So we have this graphics draw. We have the self-title. We also want to do another graphics draw. So you need to be that. Context. Our drawable is going to be self.subtitle. You're going to be ram new dest self.subtitle position. And we can return that. All right, so now let's see if this works. There we go. So we're going to have our press start to begin. Now for polish reasons, we're going to want to probably like return to this page to sort of like figure out what we actually want it to look like and do. Do I want to, yeah, I guess like we'll want to like we'll figure all that stuff out later. So I'm going to come back to here and in jungle, I'm going to create a new issue. And this is going to be polish title screen. And we can figure out what that means later. Until then, I think we're good to go because at this point in time, if I press start, it brings us to the main scene. So I think as far as we're concerned with the create start screen, we've designed and sort of like displaying what we want there to begin with. So let's go ahead and mark these as done. And oh, I don't want that debug running anymore. Where is that debug happening? That's in here. All right, so we have 10 warnings. Let's go ahead and get rid of all these. Okay, so this is, we're not using the code. Unused variable button pressed. So this is in update. Oh, right. So for a lot of these, we're not using these. And that's fine. This is all part of the trait being handed in, which will allow us to use it if we want to. Can I? Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on. Can I auto fix this? I can just right click on these and like have them auto fix. Oh, that's pretty cool. So those are unused variables. Can I shift alt dot. Shift alt dot. No auto fixes of it. Oh wait, that's for these. Oh, that would have been nice. Oh, okay. So this won't let me autofix here. And like have it try to autofix in no? Oh, that would have been nice if I can like autofix here. I don't know how to. I don't think VS Code can do that for me. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, so but I can switch to here and maybe. Just do all those like that. So it's a little bit faster. All right, so no warnings, no errors. I should be able to, at this point in time, ship this off. Let's go ahead and do that. So we have a config JSON. We've touched pretty much everything. Let's also double check our tests. You're happy? Perfect. So what did we do? For this one, we finished creating start screen, and we'll push this up, and then we're also going to create a pull request into main for this. I'll say that this fixes to sets the start screen, created a new issue to polish it for release. Okay, so perfect. If we go to GitHub, we do have some GitHub actions running for this. So it's actually going to take a little bit of time for it to finish running the checks. What it's doing is it's basically going to install everything it needs, check the formatting, so Rust format. It's also going to check Clippy and run the tests and build it for release mode. If all of those pass, then it's going to become green and I'll be able to merge that in. And so we can take a look at our files changed. We already looked at them, like we did it, obviously. It should be fine. But it's something to like keep me honest, I guess, at least a little bit. We'll head back here and wait for this to finish. And in the meantime, we can start thinking about what's the next thing that we want to do for this. Oh, you know what? I can also go to issues and set up this pull request. So that's going to be start screen, labels. I don't think I need that. I just need a link to the pull request. All right, next up, I think we can start working on the actual game. Which will be nice because then I can start taking like screenshots of that and maybe doing some I don't know, like light marketing on Twitter. I was thinking watching all the people on like my local dev, like my local town's Slack, everybody like freaking out about not being able to get a PS5. I was thinking like it would be really funny to like post in, hey, can't get a PS5, pre-order, my console. Some assembly required. Also, you have to program your own games, but I'll allow you to pre-order it, and it won't crash the. I won't crash the browser. That'd be kind of fun. But I'm not actually selling these. All right, so what's next? I think for this next thing, we're gonna want to create the we're gonna want to get into like the actual main game. And so what is that gonna look like? We're gonna want to, when we switch over to the main game, draw like the background of like one of the like the first page. So this is draw we probably want the shared components that every single page is going to have. So we're going to want, okay, so draw create empty, like just like the basic play field clearing. And so what is that going to look like if we go, do I have this? Yeah, here it is. I have to pause it really quickly Oh no, okay. We have it is muted. We just have advertisements. Cool. So this is what the game ends up looking like. Um, the basic screen that I want is gonna have like not gonna have the down. We might have to like go through until we find one. Something like this. No scorpion and no money bag. So basically, we want some trees. We want just the ground to work to run on, and then the underground area. But that's it. Like nothing else. So that's what we're gonna go for here. So I'm gonna actually do. So 640, copy you. The original. Let's see. Want a basic clearing to display as um, the first screen. The player starts on. This should be something similar to that, just without the relic or scorpion. Okay, so as part of this, we're also gonna have to figure out what the how we're gonna want to store the map inside of our config because we're going to figure that out too. That'll be kind of fun to do. You're still finishing up your checks. We're on the build stage, so it's doing a build for release. Nice. So okay, it passed Clippy, it passed our formatting. That's all good. That means everything should just be fine. It was compiling else here, so I feel kind of safe. Well, we're gonna want to pull in main from this once we get in, so I'm not gonna create the branch yet. But we're gonna start like thinking about how we actually want to do this. I'm gonna put this on the side so we can see exactly when it finishes. So in our config, this seems like the wrong config. Oh right, you know what? We haven't. We're on the wrong branch. It doesn't really matter. We're gonna want something. We're gonna want some way to like denote like the map of where we are. Now we want to be able to go left and right. Now in the original game, it was randomly generated, but with a seed, meaning that it was the same every single time. And the creator of the game just sort of went through every single map until they found one that he thought like, okay, this sort of like gently brings you into the game. We'll start here. I think for us, we can do this slightly better, where we can design like, okay, we want a map that's empty, and then we want a map that has one extra thing, and then the two extra things, and then sort of like lead you up to that, and then one direction, and the other direction can be hard mode, where we just like go straight into all the craziness, um, and that could be interesting way to go with it. And I can't remember how they chose the relic positions. I think that was also random. Um, JJ Nitros, hello. So I'm thinking an array. So if I do something like, are you done? Oh, you're done. Okay, perfect. Perfect. We can now merge you into main. Which means, do you actually run your actions again? It does. Okay. But that shouldn't really matter for what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and delete these branches because we're done with them. You're raking friggin' leaves. Oh man, it is the season for that. At least here in the northern hemisphere. So delete you. And with main, we're going to pull all the changes down. Oh, your father will do it all if you don't help? Oh no. Well, that's nice of you to go and help them. All right. Good luck telling him to slow down. The working your muscles. Yeah, we don't have a very I don't have a really big yard, but it still manages to get covered in leaves. So I still need to do that. So the grass doesn't all die. Okay, so we have all you. We're ready to go. So I'm gonna take this. Also, did you auto close? It did. So it auto closed the issue. So we're back to here. Let's go ahead and create a branch off of main. Name you that. It's gonna be fine, and we'll push you up. All right. So here we go. We're gonna start with our map. We want a map, and we're going to make this be an array. See, this is going to be interesting. Oh, today's the last day they're picking up leaves. Oh, yes, then that does become important to do. If I have a map as an array like this, and then that would need to be an object that's going to hold what these are. So my choice is, regardless, I think I have to do an array. I can do an array of arrays or an array of objects. So what I'm thinking is plain. Like we don't want any features inside of it. Because what I'm thinking of, let's at least think about what the other things. Arrays of objects are good. You don't want your data structures really nested. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out it'll result in hard to get at code. Yeah, exactly. So if I have this map here, we have this be an array, and we can say something like where we're starting. So it would be a start is true. So if I need this to, I would need everything to be consistent across all of these. So the player is going to start here to be true. Oh, start X, start Y. I might actually do that outside of here. Outside of the map. Just sort of okay, the player starts in this one. And then we're going to have features. Okay, so then the features can go in here too, and it'll be flags for true and false for whether or not we have them. So for example, I would potentially want a what is it, a lake? And this could be false in this instance. So this is gonna be fun because generating this map is gonna suck. I might end up needing to create a tool to generate this so I can choose what I want to be and have it auto create 100 of these. Because I might want 100 tiles left and right. So we're gonna want a lake, we're gonna want a ladder, Um, we're going to want a pit. Um, what else do we have here? There can be a rope for the rope swing. What else can we have? Alligators. Let's see. There can be holes to fall into the ground. There can be a relic, which this would be interesting because it would be the name of it would. This would have to be like will be like no relic, none, because that sucks. Like we're gonna want it to be like a string because then we can map which relic it's gonna be. Let's see, what else can we have? Enemies, like we can have an enemy is we could have like, for example, snake, or anything else. We'll do none for right now. Yeah, good. Thank you so much, Doda, and you got a book to read for your book club. Oh, how fun! Have fun reading. Fun reading your book, and then have fun at the book club. So we're probably going to want something to generate this over and over and over again for us. And maybe this could be like just a web really simple like build that we can build out later. For right now, I think we're just going to start with start true and we're going to build this out as we go along. So that'll be interesting. And if I have like no features, um it'll just be blank to begin with. And then we'll add them in to sort of like start creating stuff. All right. So map start true. Uh, and then I don't need the start X start Y yet because I'm not gonna put the player in there yet. So this is gonna be the biggest thing here. How am I going to do this? We're gonna need a map object inside of here. So instead of config, let's actually create a new this is gonna be a map.rs. Huh. Petzl just suddenly came up front. I wonder if it like froze and restarted. So we're gonna do a mod map. Okay, so pub struct map. This is where we're gonna put in things like for this map object is are we starting here? So this will be a boolean. So for you, we're gonna probably want just all of this. Now we can pass in the config for what that individual map thing is. I don't know if we need to for it. You know, I might not need this info map at all. I might be able to just derive, do this serialize deserialize thing. I copy you. I wonder if I'm gonna need a raw map and not. We'll find out. Come on, bring it. What? Oh, you don't know how to. Fine. Use insert a. Okay, so you're happy here. So we are going to start with a. Okay, so a map full back to here. In our config, we're going to have a hub vector. Hub map, which is going to be a vec of map. Our raw config, so this is where it's going to get interesting. You're going to be map, and that's going to be a vector of map. And then down here, map is essentially raw config.map for right now. And we might need to like do some clever stuff with map when we like pull that out. Depending upon like we might need a raw map too. We'll see. All right, what are you upset about? Cannot be applied to type. Oh, because partial equal. In map, we need to also derive partial equal and debug. So expected config, missing fields. Oh, okay, yeah. So here, we're going to have our map, which is going to have to be a vec map. Okay, so apparently I don't need to pull you in. For you, it's going to be start is true. Okay. Test run fine. Okay, so it is able to pull that in. Perfect. And so then in our main scene, we want to take a look through the map, figure out where we are. So we're now going to need our current position in the map. So this is our main scene. So we're going to know which index. Okay, that's just going to be the index of the entire map that we're in. So main scene, we're not going to need this text anymore. It's going to just be obvious, hopefully. So we're going to do, so I guess like current index, maybe map index. You're going to be a U size. Now we can't just start at 0 because we're going to have like left and right to begin with. So we're going to need to loop through that vector to find where start is when we begin and create the new game. So we're going to have to take in a config here. We already know what config is. So we don't need you. Instead, we need to essentially do the equivalent of a reduce on this config map. So what does that look like? That map index is equal to, so config dot map dot, what do we have? don't know if any of these are gonna be fine. I might want to just do a standard loop through this. Let's see. Is there a find? Like find index? But that might be if I get an iterator of it. Okay, let's try going to an iter. Then what can I do? So can I do a find? We can do a find. Find takes a closure that returns true or false. It returns some elements. But that doesn't return the one we want. Okay, so I don't think find is not what we want. We want... So enumerate, we might need that to get the ID. No, I don't want flatten. Fold. Aha, okay, fold. Basically, I think fold is the equivalent of reduce in like JavaScript or many other languages. It's going to allow us to take a vector here and fold it into just a single value. So if I do fold, so the init, an initial value, and a closure with 2 arguments, an accumulator. Okay, so our initial value is going to be 0. And then we're going to have our function. So inside of here, what are we going to have? Not telling me what this is. So it's a map. It's the map object. So map object. I really want to make sure. So if the map object, okay, so return if map object dot, you're not giving me anything good to go on here. Let's say I return 1. And we're going to put map index here, so you're going to figure out what that is. Fold, you're unhappy. Close expected to take 2 arguments, but takes 1 object. Oh, right. Okay, so this is going to be the accumulator. So this is other. Okay, so this is going to be the index. This is going to be the map object. So this is going to be if map object dot start. So if that's true, then return. So this is where like index would come in, but we don't have that. Else return index. Oh, something like that. Map object index. So I want to, before I go iterator, can I do an enumerate first? Oh, after iterator. Iterator dot enumerate. Map. Oh, okay, now mapped object gives me this usize and map. So now I can do this. We're going to extract this out. We're going to do the map object index and the the map object. Okay, so that gives us to you. If the map object, so if we're in the start, return the map object index. Otherwise, just return the index. So go through the entire thing, find the map object that has one, that has like the start is true. Then I'll return that index. And so theoretically, we get the map object index here. We return that. So one thing that we can do here is, we don't have a U to draw. Let's go ahead and okay to make you happy there. We need to pass into config here. Okay, no more errors. I'm really curious, what is this main scene gonna look like now? So let's do a debug for the main scene. Main scene needs to implement debug. Okay. We need to cargo run and see what we get. Okay, main scene index is 0. Okay, perfect. And if we go into our config.json, if we make just a small little change here, we add in another one. So we do start is false. So, instead of like having this start like this, it might be better to like have us do like start index here. That would probably be a lot better. Because then I can do something like we're going to start index 1. And then we're just going to have empty objects. I think I like this. I like this a lot. So if I do that, we have some testing problems to overcome. So let's go ahead and get those fixed up. So to begin with, our map, we don't need you anymore. Now, we are going to want a pub start index, which is going to be a U size. Okay. All right, there. And then here, instead, we're just going to do map and then empty object. Then start index is, in this case, going to be 0. In our main scene, we don't need to do any of this anymore. It's going to be a lot simpler now. For map index, we're passing in config. We're just going to say that map index equals config dot start index. So cargo test work. Ooh, it does not work. Start index 0, start index 1. Oh, you know what? Because if our config JSON is start index on 1, we're going to need to make sure that these all match up. So our mod here, you have to start here. We also have to put a second map in here. Okay. Um, what we could probably let's just do this. This will be fine. Everything's fine. Cargo test. You're all happy, and then if we do a cargo run, you should be happy here too. So if I quit out, we then see map index of 1. Makes sense. So I'm going to come back to just doing start index 0. Our test will have to be updated. So the map is where it's going to get really interesting. I wonder if I want like a completely different file to load up the map. I don't know. All right, so you're happy with us right this second. Then let's head back over to the main scene here. We know where we're starting and we know what we're getting, which is absolutely nothing. Just the basics of what we got. So what does this really mean to us? We want to now start painting onto the screen a blank, like the first area, which doesn't have anything up. If we take a look at our example here, we're going to start with, like, we can start with some trees, like the tree tops, and like figure out where we want to put them. Or we can start from the bottom or the top. Let's maybe start from the bottom here and creating like this ground here. So what are we gonna need? We're gonna need the ground height and the ground color. So I think we're gonna call this bedrock. So inside of our test, let's figure out what this is gonna look like. In here, we're gonna have a bedrock height, and we're gonna make you something like 5 pixels. And the width is the entire width of the screen. We know that. I don't think that needs to change. So just bedrock height, and then we're also gonna have a bedrock color. Let's do one at a time. Bedrock height. Okay, so you're erroring out on us because expected config doesn't have it. So bedrock height. You're gonna be I think it's gonna have to be an F32. And so then you're gonna have to come in here, and we're gonna have to grab you. Okay, so no errors. If I did run this as a test, we should get an error here because we're not actually pulling in the bedrock height. So that's going to come into here. And we're going to make this 5.0. And you're happy. Next up, we want the color for this. So what is that going to look like? We're going to have bedrock color. So we're kind of stuck in RGB land. Now, if we look at this, we have like multiple shades of green, multiple shades of brown, and that's sort of like that's it. But I think we really want to like actually set this as a color for us. Now, if I don't want to do a I can do a tuple. I wonder if that'll work for us. Like if I oh, I can't do tuples in JSON. That's the problem. As I can do an array, I can do a vector. Maybe that will work. Because I can do better a color. You're an array of RG and B. So if we let's find like some nice, really brown look to us. Where are you? You're here. Like this. We can use this color. Of course, that all disappears. I'm gonna go to grab you. That's great. How about that color right here? So copy you, and then I need to convert to RGB. Okay, so you're 51, 32, 20. $51, 32. Oh, I think they're just U8s. So 32, 20. Perfect. What kind of relics will we have? You know, it's a really good question. We need a list of relics. I think, do I have an issue for that? No, let's create relics. We'll want between 10, 20 relics. Let's suggest them here. So this one will be help wanted. So what are you thinking? You're thinking dinosaur bones? Dinosaur poop? No. Dinosaur bones is like a good potential one. I think like a German shepherd dog. German shepherd dog. Zilby will be awesome. Probably like Rust logo, things like that. So we can add comments in to like figure out what we want for these. Okay, so we have the bedrock color, which is a relics are dead, right? No, relics are like statues or something else. Like they just be whatever we feel like them. So it could be like it's a little statue of Zilby. It's a little statue of a dog. It's not a dead dog. Like it could be a pile of gold. Like we could do that. Okay, so better color is going to be an array of these three items. So if we come back to our mod. Now in here for config, we're going to want you to be a tuple of this. So this is where that raw config is coming in really, really handy for us. So we're going to do bedrock color is going to be a tuple of U8, 8. A time machine? Like how? We need these to be small, and they're going to be pixelated. So how are we going to like? I would love like if you know how to draw a time machine in like 8x8 or 16x16 pixel art and like have it recognize that. That'd be really cool. I guess we could do a phone box, a phone booth, but oh no, it's not a phone booth, a police booth, But I don't know. My dad actually might not recognize it because he never watched. He's never really watched that Doctor Who, so I don't know if he would recognize it. I don't know if he would appreciate that. Of course, it could be for us. We could put like the Twitch logo. All right, so in the raw config, this is going to be bedrock color. You're going to be an array of U8, 3 of them. Send it in config. This is where it gets interesting. So we're going to want to, up here, to let bedrock color equals. We're going to have to loop through each of these, like the raw config, and then like convert that into a tuple. So that's going to be interesting. So we know it's going to be 3. So we can just do it's going to be raw config of position 0. That bedrock color position 0. Position 1. And position 2. Okay. And then we'll throw that into here. And then down here, we'll have a bedrock color. And we know that you're setting you to be 513220. Okay, so does test work? Yes, perfect. So it loads that up exactly the way we want it to. So that means in our main scene, if we want to now draw out what like the basic everything looks like. I don't know if I need to do that here, or if we're gonna want. It should be fine because like no matter what, this is still being drawn like every single time. So we're gonna do our config can't store in here. We don't need to like store it away somewhere else, I suppose. Oh, we do need to create it as a color. You know what? Hold on. Bedrock color. We don't need to be just this U8 here. We can actually make you a full color. Like that. So if we do that now, we need you to be a color from RGB. And then that's happy here. Now here, bedrock color is going to be bedrock color equals color from RGB, and then just grab that information there. So our test should still work. And now we have the color to actually just straight up pass into our draws. Now in this specific case, the color is never changing. We should put it into our mesh so we don't have to like just override it. So in that case, in our main scene, let's create our bedrock. And you're going to be a mesh. So that bedrock equals, you can be a mesh builder. Okay, so we create new, and then we're going to have it be a rectangle. Okay, so our mode, it's going to be a draw mode, which you need to pull in. You're going to be a fill. For the bounds, there's going to be a rect. A rect new. And so where is it starting? Well, it's going to be in the same exact position every single time. So we can give it its full x and y coordinates here. X is going to start at 0. Um, and the y coordinate is going to be the bottom minus like whatever the height of the bedrock is going to be. So that's going to be our config dot resolution y minus config dot bedrock height. Then we're going to have our width. Our width is going to be the entire width of the screen. So that's going to be config dot resolution x. And then our height is going to be config dot bedrock height. Okay. And then our color is going to be config dot bedrock color. All right. So save view. That gives us a mesh builder. I think I can just build this now and pass it in a context. Builder. Okay, we need to question mark this. Make you an okay. So that way this becomes a game result that has a self event. We also need context passing in. All right, so you're happy there, and then we also need to pass in this bedrock, which is the full mesh. All right, so we're happy here. Now, let's see. Oh, we're not happy here. Okay, so we can't implement default. All right, so when we're creating the main scene, we need to pass in the config and also the context. For main scene, game state, when we're creating this main scene, you need to question mark this. And there we go. Okay. So now that I have that in our main scene, we want to draw the bedrock in the draw here. Let's do that up here. We're gonna do a graphics draw, pass it in the context. The drawable is going to be self dot the bedrock, and then we just need draw param new, and we don't really care about the rest of this because well, we don't really care. It should just draw it now at the bottom. Let's see if that works. You know what? We need to do a cargo run to actually run the thing. We press start, and there's our bedrock at the bottom. That's a little bit small. Now what's really cool here is I don't need to do a recompile to change that. All I need to do is come to our config JSON and just say, you know what? Maybe you need to be 15 pixels, and we're going to rerun you. Press start, and there we go. We're starting here. Something else that we can play around with. Now, the other thing is I'm leaving the tests as they are because once we figure out what this is, I'll solidify it and immortalize it in the tests. For our initial game state, we probably want to like have that be here inside of the object. It's like if I have like an initial game state. So what do we have? We have our scenes. and basically we're checking to see like what is the active scene. Oh, starting scene. Um, for new, so starting scene is start scene new. Oh, then we pass it the config context. You know what? Okay, I don't think we need for the context. We're always going to start with initial game state of like starting. So I think in this case, for new, do we have default on for that? How are we getting that again? Start scene new, pass in the context. So, oh, this is active screen. Start scene new. Wait a second, that's wrong. Hold on. We're gonna want the main scene. Active scene start. What am I doing here? What's going on? Active scene is active scene start. I want this to be main. That's it. That's all I have to change here. And so if I do this, we cargo run. We should start off straight off with the with this here. So I don't need to like constantly press start of the controller to get to this state. That brown is unfortunately a little bit too dark for what I want. I want to brighten that up a little bit. Will you let me play around with it here? Oh, we can. These might be the two good colors for us to use. If I do something like this color, this is 147, 94, 59. I already forgot it. You are. Well, that's not helpful when I clicked on it. You are 147, 94, 59. 147, 94, 59. Okay, so if I save you, we restart this again. There we go. Okay, that looks a little bit better. So next up, we're gonna have the cave, which is just gonna be empty, nothing in it. As we can see from this, we have the cave. Then we're gonna have the sort of like the underground, like the dirt. And I guess we can have like this is the ground and this is the surface. Now I might want to. We're gonna want to have like the size, like the height of the actual cave. So we're gonna want a cave height. We're gonna want to set this to be something that our character can jump over. So if we're doing like a 16 by 16, and I want him to jump twice his height and still have room, like not look like he's about to impact the top, that would be 16 times 2 is 32. So if I go up to like 50, let's say, do like 50.0. So we want to go to mod for config. So what do we choose here? We're doing cave height. You're going to be in F32. F32 there, and then we're just going to pass this on through. Okay, so you're going to be happy here. Config, we need to update you. It's going to be cave height is I think 50 is we just decided what you're going to be. So we're happy here in our main scene. So this is going to be part of the config, so that's going to be fine. I don't know if I need to actually store this in. It's just going to be part of the calculations for everything else. So if we now have our ground, so we're going to need a ground height and a ground color. So a ground height. So if you're 15 and we want like at least double this, let's do 30 and see how that looks. And a ground color. I'm going to do exactly the same thing here, and I kind of have the idea that I want to use this next color up. So that's going to be 165, 105, 67. So 165, 105. Oh, I can just copy you. Okay. So now we have a ground height and a ground color. Ground height is F32. Ground color is a color. So you're going to be a U8, 3. Okay, so let ground color equals color from RGB. And then we're going to like pull this in from what we have here. So that's going to be our rock config dot ground color position 0. Okay, so that gives us our ground color. So now we can do ground height. Oh, we already have that. Like that. And then down here. So ground height, 50. No, 30. 30. And a ground color. It's color from RGB. And what did we decide you were? 165. Let's pull you in. Like that. All right. Now you should fail because not everything is exactly the same. And that's because I think this color is different. Oh, you failed too. Okay, so left and right, there's some subtle differences. Oh, you know what? It's 15. you are bedrock height 15. Now you're exactly the same. Okay, so we've updated our test. Those are fine. Now if we do our main scene, we want the ground now. It's going to be a mesh. Let ground equals, so our mesh builder, a rectangle. Okay, so draw mode fill. Our bounds is going to be another rect. All right, so for x, again, 0.0. For the y, we want this to be the config resolution y minus so the bedrock height minus config dot cave height. Minus config dot ground height. That's where we're going to start this. Our width is going to be dot resolution x, and then config dot. So our height is going to be the bedrock, the ground height. There we go. We're going to build, pass in a context. And there we go. So now we get our mesh out of here. What are you upset about? Go like that. Color. So you're going to be a config dot ground color. Paste the ground in there, so we're fine there. And now we can draw. Self dot ground drop param new. We can actually call new, and then that should make it happy. So let's go see if we have a ground now. We do have a ground. That cave is way too small, so we need to update that. But again, this is my favorite thing about having the config here is we can just play with this and just keep on running it without having to do the recompile step, which like slows us down quite a bit. We just get to relaunch it. So our cave height needs to be like, I don't know, 250. It needs to be much, much, much. Yeah, this is going to be much better. Here. So then we're going to want to, so this is a lot closer. So I like that. Let's go ahead and update our cave height is now 250. Update our test here. Cave height is 250. All right. So with that done, now we want the surface. So we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to have the surface height. I don't know if it needs to be the same size of the cave height, but it needs to be pretty big. Let's try something like 200. And we're going to need the surface color. RGB, and let's go grab, I want this one, 182, 117, 75. And now we'll just make these pass. So surface height and surface color. So surface height, you're going to be an F32. Then surface color, you're going to be a color. Okay. We're going to grab our color in the exact same way here. And so instead of ground color, you're going to be surface color. So we're going to have surface height. And surface color. All right, then the final thing is we need to pull you in to our config.json. I think we decided to make this 200.0, and then we have the surface color, which is going to be an array of that. Right. Then back to our main scene. We're going to store surface. It's going to be a mesh. It's going to be very similar to this. We can probably just copy you. And you're going to be a surface equals. Okay, so all that stuff, that's good. Now, the location of this is going to be exactly the same, except we're going to add in a minus config dot surface height. And then you're going to be a surface height. And you're going to be surface color. And down here, we're going to draw you. All right. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like. That actually doesn't feel bad. I'm thinking we actually might want this a little bit larger, and this is going to have to be like much, much larger. So the underground needs to be much larger. So let's come back up and tweak some of these numbers. Surface height, let's make you like, I think we're 250. We're happy with that. The cave height, might want you even bigger. We might want to use something like 300. Maybe we'll have you be the same. For the ground height, I think we need you to be like 100. It's not bad. If we go and take a look at our, like what we're basing off of, it's fairly similar here. Actually, this is not nearly as high as I thought it was. So this can be a lot lower. So we can make you... Why am I still getting a debug? Where is this coming from? Ground height. Let's bring you back down to 50. Cave height. Let's do like 200. And surface height. Let's do like 150. What do I need to get a Rust development environment running on your computer? Oh, great question. To get Rust in your computer, it's pretty simple. Go to rust-lang.org and click on Getting Started. And then, depending upon what system, are you running? Well, it doesn't really matter. Whichever operating system you're running, download Rust up. So you can download the executable if it's Windows here. There's a script that you can do for Linux or Mac. And that will set you up. And then you can do Rust up install, Rust up update, and basically just like it's cargo commands from there. It's exactly like Node at that point. You can just do like npm init, npm run, npm, all that stuff. It's really nice. And that's it. That's all you really need. So this bedrock is brown. I kind of like the idea of making these green because like grass, that we're running on grass instead of like crazy weird dirt like this. Maybe this one as like dirt is fine. I want that one to be green. So I want to find maybe something like this color. Something bright. This is 112, 196, 145. 112, 96, 145. Oh, I somehow deleted that. That's not fun. Chad, are you thinking of starting to do some Rust development? That'd be a lot of fun. It's a fairly. You like to build a game because you've never had before. Oh, awesome! That'd be great. Are you gonna do it on stream? Ched Dev has streamed a lot of web dev in the past, but are you gonna think about streaming as you build it? Okay, so if I do this green, now we have in their one, they don't have green at all. They have this weird brown. Maybe I do want something like it's almost yellowish. You can do like this color. Oh, here, this ugly color. 189, 179. Come on, let me select only those. Nope, we're fine. So if I do you, there he goes. That looks a little bit better. And then we're going to want to find some complementary color to that yellow for the ground underneath it. So we switch to you. We want something slightly darker. It could be like this. Maybe a little bit darker. You haven't formed an idea yet, though. You like to have some sort of game plan. Yeah, no, I can totally understand that. Like, what kind of... You play games, right, Chad? What kind of games, like, do you like to play? Let's just do this one. This is nice and dark. There we go. That looks a lot better. We could, if we take a look back at this, I guess the halfway point is like around here. So that halfway point is around here. We could bring this up a little bit with a higher cave, but besides that, this is looking pretty good. You only play a few games: Zelda, Mario, Tetris, mostly the classics. Well, you're in luck. The classics are a lot of fun to build. And if you look at like the Atari era of like games, there's a lot of really cool stuff to do in that area. All right, so I think we're good to go here. You might have built a brick breaker before. Oh, like let's see, Breakout is like the classic name of that game. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Okay, so we have this now. Now we want the forest on top of it. So now one thing that the creator of this game said that they did was they have the same trees, but they move their position around just a little bit every single time that you switch a screen to sort of like give it the indication that you're kind of moving around, and they're not really caring about the location of here. It's changing every pixels or so, and you don't really notice it. It's not really bad. There's definitely a style you make at first. Oh yeah, I would definitely recommend that too. So let's do this. So we're gonna want like to count the number of trees, and then also the positions of the trees maybe like need to be figured out. The color of the trees. Let's do like a tree trunk color to begin with. I noticed that I think all of these are exactly the same tree. That's what they look like. They're exactly the same. The positions are different though. So I can create a single mesh for a tree trunk, and then just you reuse that mesh over and over and over again. So let's figure out what we want here. We're going to want a tree trunk color. So we're going to need you to be some kind of like brownish. Now, there's no color very similar to that. It's just a very dark brown. Maybe something like you. Chad, are you thinking of multiplayer? Because I haven't done that with Rust yet, but you're thinking about doing this in Rust, right? Like the game? Let's see. We want the tree trunk color. We're also going to want the tree trunk height. Yeah, think about Rust. Multiplayer is next. Yeah, I haven't done that yet either. Let's do this. So if our ground height, no, if our surface height is 150, I want like at least probably like 300. So our tree trunk color, our tree trunk height. We'll eventually want the count of them. Seems like adding auth in web pages. Yeah, I haven't tried it myself. So I know that there's a lot of lessons to be learned in multiplayer, and I think that'll be a lot of fun to get into and try. Okay, so tree trunk height. We want the count of tree trunks. So let's do one for right now. And then like the spacing. Actually, we just start with 4. If we do tree trunk, so we want like max spacing and min spacing between each other. Like we want them evenly spread throughout the level, but then to like the shift left and right a little bit. I guess that's what we can do. We can do our shifting. So tree trunk, like shift min. This will be something like negative 20. Tree trunk, shift, max. Oh, okay. So shift, yeah, shift can be 20, and it'll shift between negative 20 and 20. So that's what we can do for it. So that'll give us the color of the tree, the height of the tree, the width of the tree. We need the width. And I want you to be something like probably 50. So we have the width of the tree, the height of the tree, the number of trees on there, and to shift them around a little. Maybe I don't need the shift yet. I'll just ignore that for right now. So these are the 4 things that we're going to care about: the tree trunk, color, height, width, and counts. So let's bring these in. No, I did not want 2 of those. I want to. How do I go to like a single one? There, like that. To end. Okay, so then you are gonna be a color and be an F32, 32, F32. All right, so then all of you. You're going to come in as an array of U8, 3 of them, and then F32, F32, F32. you in as the tree trunk color. Yeah. Okay. And then, all right, tree trunk color, tree trunk count. Height and width. All right, and then we'll just need to handle you. Okay, so tree trunk color. From RGB, and we'll grab you from here. Tree trunk count, we're doing 4. Height, we're doing, I think, 150. Width, we're doing 50. Count, for that needs to not be an F32. You need to be like a U8. So, count your U8. So you're happy there. For our config, yeah, okay, you're fine there. We have some not the same. So, 300 for height. I think that was our problem. Uh, 300 for height. All right, what else is different? For 350. For 350. For 350. And then 74, 69, 31. Okay, so you're all exactly the same. Oh, it's probably one from one of like the previous things that we changed. What did we change? Having like breaking this out might actually be a lot easier. Sort of like to see where I have these differences. And I might want to like just get the copied in later and like do these tests at a later time. Like at the end of setting this all up. So hold on. I need you. For our test, we have our expected config. If I don't set you up. I could do a default config. That would be pretty nice. Sort of like to set up in that. Sort of like to figure out what all these would be. But I don't think I need to turn on this test right this second. Basically, I need to make sure that this loads without errors, like that this unwrap doesn't happen. So I don't even know if I really need to do any of this stuff. What I need to do is just run this and make sure the unwrap this happens. So if I do that, it passed. Now if I do something like change this to configs, you should fail. Exactly. Okay. Perfect. That's pretty much all we're caring about right now. And I might want to like update the test later, but now I can like make updates to this, and as long as it loads properly, we're okay. All right. So that being said and done, let's figure out how we want to put these trees in. So I want them spread evenly throughout the map. So we want to get like the space between based upon the width. So if I have four trees like I have now, we want to take the entire width of the entire map. Subtract the tree trunk width times the number of trees, and then divide that in 4. And that would be our starting positions? Is that right? I think I'm overcomplicating that. If we just start by like the full width, that would be the space between each tree. Okay, that would be the space between each tree. So we go to the main screen. If we have the trees, is going to be a vector of mesh. Then inside of here, and I guess we should try tree trunks. I want to create a loop. Okay, so we're gonna mute tree trunks. Okay, so a new vector, and then we're gonna do a for. We do care. So this is gonna be count in 0 ... And this is going to be our config dot tree trunk count. Then I want a tree. So we're going to create a tree mesh, like a tree trunk mesh, which is really just a rectangle. And figure out where it starts. And then do the same one for the next one. How hard can that be? Okay, let's do a let trunk equals mesh builder new. Okay, so for this, we're going to have our draw mode. So draw mode fill. Have a rect new. Okay, for the X position, this is going to be our count times. Well, we're going to have to figure out like the space between each tree. So if the space between each tree is the width divided by, I guess like let's try playing with this. Let space between trees equals, this could be maybe our config dot resolution x divided by 4. So if we just start with that. Then we're going to start with account times. Now you're a U8, so we're going to have to do account as F32 times space between trees. So if we just start with that, plus config dot tree trunk width. Just that to make sure that it's at least like a little bit to the left of it. Our Y, we're gonna want this to be at the top of the ground. So this is gonna be fun. We're gonna do our config dot resolution Y. So minus, and then we have our bedrock. Config dot bedrock height minus the cave height minus config dot ground height minus config dot. Now we're doing this calculation a bunch of times. Probably don't need to do that. I can probably just like do this once up here, and then we'll reference it over again. This will be config dot surface height minus config dot tree height. Okay, so that's where you're going to start the trees. The width, config dot tree width, and the height, config dot tree trunk height. Dot build. Okay. What are you upset about? Expected 3 arguments. Oh, what was the other one? Mode bounds. Color. The color. So this is going to be config dot tree trunk color. There we go. So for each of these trunks, we're going to want to then push trunk and throw that in here. Okay, so it's a fun one. If I do that, we now put these onto the screen. Graphics. We're gonna have to loop through all the tree trunks to draw them out. So we're gonna do a self dot tree trunks dot iter. I don't think we need to iter mute, and then we're gonna try for each. We're gonna have a tree trunk. And then from there, we're going to now do our graphics draw. So then we do this. Okay, so graphics draw, context. You're going to be the tree trunk. And then that. And there we go. Let's see if we have some tree trunks. All right. Now it's spread completely evenly throughout. Now, something I noticed that the game does, I think it does it really well, is there's this gap in the middle that's sort of even. So it's almost like we start from the center and then we go left a little bit, draw a tree trunk, and go left the same amount and draw a tree trunk. So that might be interesting to do. It might also be, we might also want to like figure out our math for like drawing these in between a little bit more. So if we take this by quarters, and then that's between each one. So this is just divided by 4. I kind of almost want to like plus the that tree trunk width to sort of like keep those in account. So we're gonna do config dot tree trunk width times 4. That's maybe a little bit too much. We want to have the other tree trunk not starting, I think it's starting like just outside of the screen. So if I just do that, just plus the tree trunk width. I wonder what that looks like. It's not bad. If we shift everything over by a little amount to account for like the left here and the right here, I think that would be good. So we can maybe have like a start, make putting the trees. So that might be interesting. What if I don't do one dot? What if I do one dot? How do I do the inclusive? It's not dot dot dot. I remember that that's not. Here's do +1. Okay, that's too much. I think I want like a start. Dot dot equals inclusive range now. Okay. Thank you, Musean. But I don't think I actually want that in my math. I think I want a start. So like let 3 start equals, and then just like have something. Probably want to put this into the config, don't I? To do something like config dot trees tree trunk start, something like that, and then you go back to 0. So if I do that, we're gonna be start here. And if I say something like 100.0, you don't need to be public. Then all of you are pretty much the same here. It's just going to be tree trunk start, config dot tree trunk start. Did I not use it? I didn't use it. So here's what we're starting with. And then I want to now here our X position is okay. Count plus tree trunk with. Let's actually do restart. Actually, here we could just do config. Tree trunk start. We don't need you at all. What's that raw config strict for? Is it because you want to ignore fields and serializing, deserializing? Not exactly. It's so that I can convert over. So I can have like different types come in. So like color, for example. Let me test this really quickly. See what that ends up looking like. That's a lot closer. So we can maybe sort of play with this a little bit, but I like this look. But shoot, oh, my lunch is here. That's that and that. All right. Thank you. You can tell Starday to ignore fields, which you can then set manually. But I think the thing is, I don't want to ignore the fields. I want to convert them. So, for example, in my mod config, I'm taking in. So let's come here. I want like to set the color of this. So I have surface color. My data structures in JSON are a little bit limited. So I'm basically just doing an array for RGB. And then inside of here, for raw config, I'll just say, okay, my color is an array of U8s, that's 3. Then when I create this, I can then say, okay, well now come in and actually grab those things and turn it into a color type. You can sort of use custom serialize and deserialize functions for that. Oh, really? I did not know that I can like create my own serialize just for those specific ones. That might be really nice. Then I don't have to have that entire raw thing as like the translating layer. It's just an F32. Oh, it's a U8. U8 3. So here, let me. Yeah, like whatever. It doesn't really matter. Other than like a color new. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then I can take that and like use that wherever I need that kind of thing. That'd be really cool. I like that. All right, so given this, now I want to. What was I doing? Main scene. So we have our tree trunks now. We can play around with that, like starting with our config. So we can say like maybe we start at 150. Which looks pretty good. And now we can say shift the tree trunks by a random amount. By just like a little tiny random amount. So for a config here, what that could end up looking like is we can say we want a tree trunk shift by maybe we can do something like 25 pixels either direction. So shift by 25.0. And in our mod here, I'm going to start pulling these in. Okay, so we get that. That's happy. We should now be able to come back to our main scene. And for every single tree trunk, we can have RNG generate a range between negative that number and positive that number. and that will be its position X. Hello, Togglebit. How are you doing today? It's going pretty well. We're getting into the fun like graphic side, like actually building out the level, which is nice and fun. So this will be like an offset. So that offset equals, we're gonna need an RNG. So let's go ahead and set that up here. And if we need RNG, then of course that means we need rand. Let's do a cargo add rand. We'll do let RNG equals, okay, so this is going to be rand. We need to pull in like thread range. Going thread RNG. Oh, it's like the prelude too. Right? Oh, cool. Okay. You're unhappy. Unresolved import. Prelude? Okay, hold on. You just do stuff right now. You're so unhappy. Oh, you're unhappy because of that. Hold on. You think Rust Analyzer is tricking me? No, Rust Analyzer, you can't trick me. That's terrible. Okay, hold on. Do I need to restart Rust Analyzer? Hold on, let's try this again. First of all, also I forgot I've been forgetting to turn this on a lot recently. Restart you. When you add a package, you need to reload the workspace. Okay. I was wondering about that because every time I need to do that, just do reload workspace and actions menu. Ooh. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah. Okay, I've just been like restarting Rust Analyzer. All right. So we do that. Import. Okay, here we go. So import you. Now I kind of want to just do rand thread range like that. I think that would be fine. Rust Analyzer is working on detecting when the cargo.toml changes and doing it automatically, but it's somewhat complicated. I can imagine that. Now, given that, so we have RNG here, I want to now come down here, and for every single trunk, we want a offset between those two. So we're gonna do a let, not there, offset equals RNG.gen range. We need to pull you in. Okay. So you should be happy now. Yeah, the low and the high. So we want a negative config dot shift by, and then a config dot shift by. And then for this offset, for this X, we're gonna then plus offset for every single tree. So Now when we run this, actually running a thing would be helpful. Now every single time I go to another screen, it should shift by just a teeny tiny amount. So if I put my mouse right there, and we rerun, it's now off by a, well, yeah, perfect. Okay, so everything is now going to be shifted around just a teeny tiny bit, not very much. So this not good anymore. Why am I not getting full screen? Okay, now I'm getting full screen. Okay, that was odd. I need to get rid of this debug. I wonder if that's causing us any problems. So it's manually telling to rehash all the dependencies is a current advice. Okay, now that's good enough to like know, and I'll be able to do that. All right, so if I want to, let's go find out where that debug is. I don't think it's in here. Let's just close all of our windows until we find it. So I don't think you're in here. No. Camping the JSON. Not in here. You're right here. Here you are. Okay, so you load up. It's the right size, and we're good to go here. Now, if I want to create, now how am I really doing this right? I don't think I'm doing this the way I wanted to. Not main. I want to go to main scene. Yeah, I'm creating a new mesh for a trunk here. Oh, but that's how I'm creating, like, giving it the location. I think that what I want to do is, I mean, I could do this and have like 3 completely different meshes, but I could also do tree trunk, like a tree trunk, and that would be a mesh, and then tree trunk positions, and you're going to be a vector of uh, 0.2 of f32. So if I do that, then this thing becomes a little bit simpler. Excuse me. Well, if tree trunk positions equals an empty vector, and then we'll also, for our trunk, this essentially goes out here. So that tree trunk equals mesh builder, draw mode. Now the rect, we're gonna start. We have to start this at 0, 0. So it's gonna be a little bit simpler than this. So our locations is gonna be let x
All right. I have until 1 o'clock to stream. And then we're going to head out, go on a hike. Since the weather is not freezing cold out there today. Okay, so for this, our X is going to be you. Copy you. And that means that u, x, y's can become 0.0. Y is going to be y equals this. And you're going to be 0.0 also. Okay. Then, let's see. So tree rock. So fill 0.0 width and then the height. That's fine. We give it the color. We build it, and we're going to store this away. So this is going to become tree trunk. Then we're going to have tree trunk positions, which you already have. This is this empty vector. So we have our space between trees that we're creating right here. We have our X and our Y. Config dot resolution Y. Where are you upset? Cannot find value offset. Did I delete offset? Oh, offset needs to be up here. There we go. Then we're going to push, so like let position equals point to new. For the X, it's going to be the X. Oh, we already have that. So this is going to be X and the Y. And then we're going to push that position into the tree trunk positions. So we're going to do tree trunk positions, push, position, and tree trunk positions. Okay. Then point 2. Do I not have point 2? Oh, I don't have a point 2. Hold on. Import point 2. There we go. There we go. Now down here, we're going to be a little bit upset. So we want to iterate through all of our tree trunk positions. And that gives us a point 2 now. Okay, so we're going to get a tree trunk position. We're going to draw the self dot tree trunk and a reference to that too. And new dot dest. And this is going to be the tree trunk position. And the rest of it should remain the same. The trait bound point 2. Oh wait, do you need to be a reference? No, you don't. Tree trunk position is a point F32. figured you'd be okay with a point two because it's a mint point two as opposed to an algebra point two. Let's see, what can I do here? Our destination is essentially like, we can also do this, which is a tree trunk position dot x, tree trunk position dot y. That I think works. So, does this work now? It does indeed. Okay, so it's perfect. So we now have a single tree that's being duplicated as many times as we want. And so if I wanted to create an unknown number of trees, so like we say, hey, how about like 9 trees? Without very like much. Oh, you're not happy at all. Saved. I would need to. My math is apparently not right with the tree trunk count for 9. If I do like 2. Oh, it's like a static amount between. I need to figure that out. Museum. Okay, so you gave me a link to look at. Let's take a look at this. Link location. All right, so we're okay. We've got a color. We've got a color. Okay, mod color Serde. So my colors. Okay, so you can have like pub function serialize and deserialize. So you're running those yourself essentially. So we have our data coming in as our JSON object. First and second, so coming in as these. So let my colors equals Serde JSON from string data unwrap, and telling it that it's type my colors. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize you can do this inside of the struct for each of these. Okay, so Serde with create color Serde. Is that okay? That's this mod color Serde that we have. Okay. And so that's gonna tell it. So we have this color also. Oh, let's see. Use create color. So that's where we have okay. So pub function serialize. So it's not like an impl. You're not impulling like serialize and deserialize yourself. Use the real color type in your code. These are remote implementation Serde terms. Oh, fascinating. Okay. This is interesting. So it's kind of like an impl, but it's not. Like it allows us to own a lot more of it. Is that correct? And so we write the serialize and deserialize function, which they're going to call. they're gonna hand me in. Okay, for serialize, we get in color, and then we like turn it into the JSON. Those two methods are the trait methods from the serialized and deserialized traits. It just, yeah. So I figured that out. It's just not. I'm just used to like impl serialize for, or like impl. Yeah, I guess it'd be impl serialize for, import deserialize for. Just at compile time makes a custom type and uses those functions as delegates. It's kind of complex. Interesting. So it's a different way of employ, essentially. Fancy way to get around the open rules. Fascinating. Okay, so pub function. This is the one we care about the most, but we'll obviously have to also write this in, even though we're not going out all to like to a JSON file. Okay, so deserialize result with like what we're building here. Just copy the module and change the color type. Man, this would be really cool. So just need to change that line on line 15. So use create color. Yeah. So let's see where this would happen. So in our mod file here, this will allow us to not use our raw config anymore. We would be able to partially equal. This could then be a. Is it? Are we still doing serialize and deserialize? My colors, yeah, we're still doing serialize and deserialize. Serialize, deserialize. And then we have all of these that we need to like figure out how to do. For each of these that we need to have a custom serializer for, we're going to do this serialize with and then our custom mod. Okay, that's cool. The with attribute adds a mixin delegate, whatever language terms you're used to, for those specific fields using that specific module. Okay, that's pretty cool. So now we need a module for each of these specific things. So for example, our start button. If we take a look at this, start button is coming as a string, and then we're turning it into a button here like this. So what that means is under config, we could have a button.rs. We're going to have a mod button. And then here, this is where we get to do this stuff. Now, of course, we're not going to use create color for this. What did we decide that this is going to be? It actually just becomes an enum. So it's a string. So in this case, we have pub function serialize. This is going to be the button string. And you are a string. Oh, wait, serialize. Hold on. Button. You are a type button. You don't know how to. You don't know how to get there, do you? Wrong button. Because we have. Wait, is that true? Which type of button is it? Oh, it is. Okay, it is that. So GG easy event button. Okay. Serialize. You're just one thing. So sequence that serialize elements. Oh, because it's not one thing. It's just you want a serialized string here. Okay, so I don't think I need a sequence, right? It's just a serialized string. Oh, it's ser dot serialized string. Um, and then we need to figure out what you are. So if I did essentially start like that, if I hard coded you, that would then work. Then I would want to match on button. And if we're doing a button start, this is what we get. Otherwise, it's just unknown. So if it's unknown, we'll just say button. We'll just say your sir serialize string unknown button, which will then cause like an error later when it re-imports. Okay. Then you can make it produce an error with sir error custom. Oh, really? Is that the sir then right here? So sir, yes, sir error custom. Oh, message. Okay, so unknown button. So right now we don't have like the ability to cover start. So we'll have to like add these in as we get, further into it. But that's pretty cool. I like that. Oh, it's in a sir module, so it's not sir. Is it just this sir? Like that? You're not happy. Hold on. What are you upset about? It's sir error. I thought I had that. Hold on. Sir sir error. Oh, the trait is not satisfied. Oh, okay. It wants type, or is that just has to be wrapped in an error because it's a result? Oh, okay. I thought that would return an error. There we go. Okay, so thank you. Took a little bit too long to get to that, but okay. So now with deserialize, we're going to take in the result here. You're going to be a button. So deserializer, you see deserialize as. So that this is going to be the string. So that button string equals that, and then return. So now we're going to match on button string. And so if we are, take a string here. Okay, so match on a as string to as stir. Okay, so for you, if you are start, we want you to return a okay button start. And if you are anything else, we're going to want you to return an error. Sir error custom unknown button. There we go with that. Okay, so then theoretically, sort a day error. Okay, hold on. Deserialize, serialize. Got it. Took me way too long to get that was serialize and deserialize. Oh. I'm so used to like having everything typed out. Like the 2-letter words, like just type it out for me, please. All right, so we've got that. Now, back to our mod here. So in here for this button, we want to do this. So start it with, and you're going to be a button. So I probably want to do create config button, even here. It's the full path of the module, including create prefix. Oh, interesting. So this would be create config button. Interesting. This will be pretty cool. Okay, mismatch types, expected enum, button found reference to it. In the serialize. So when so for you, you're upset because that. There you go. Now you're happy. Okay, so now we have to do the rest of these. So I kind of want to I think these should be fine. So we're gonna do the next one. It's gonna be mod. Basically, okay, this is gonna be like 2 color. So mod color. Oh, like a sort prefix. That makes a lot of sense. So I can do like a sort color. Let's do that to the button really quickly. Rename you. Sort button. Okay, sort button, sort color. All right, so we're going to do the exact same thing for color. Except you're going to be color. And you get to go on all of these. Okay, so all the colors get you. Obviously, you're upset because we need to get you going. Now, this one is going to be pretty much exactly what we have here. Copy you in. Okay, so use create color. So this is going to be have it bring in automatically. Use serialize. So pull you in. Color. So when we're serializing this to JSON, so something it's going to be color. Is it color dot R or is it color dot red? I guess that is what it is. Another project you just copy those Serde files. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is really awesome. And then down. Okay, so then down here, we're gonna have U83, so RG and B, and then we're gonna return color new. So it's actually color from RGB, and there we go with that. Okay. So it's lossless. See, it takes in 3 F32s in the new. I know it's GGZ is interesting. It's 3 F32s, but it's between 0 and 1 if you just do new. But if you do from RGB, it's U8s. So that's okay, so I'll run right U8s. Where is that? Where do I write that in a serialize? Serialize sequence sum 3. How do I tell the types? On lines 9 and 10. Serialize elements. Oh, do I have to do like as U8? Let me see. You are F32. Oh yeah, as U8. Yeah. Oh, you're unhappy. Oh god, yeah. It's gonna. Hold on. Color dot. Oh, here we go. To RGB. Okay. So what we want to do here is let RGB equals color dot to RGB, and this will be RGB dot 0, RGB dot 1, RGB dot 2. Need to be references. References. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's a super, super, super good point. I forgot about that. We can destructure this. I'm going to do red, green, and blue. out of here, and then this will just become red, green, and blue. Ah, maybe that one. There you go. There we go. Okay, so no errors anymore. We come back to here. You're all happy. So Serde colors should be now creating this from the colors. And that means in our mod, we can come down here. We can just get rid of this entire raw config. We don't need you anymore. We don't need any of this stuff anymore either. So we config read to string. We don't need, okay, so this is going to be config is a type config equals, okay, so config string. We don't need to do any of this anymore. And then we just return. Just tell Serde JSON to read from a file, by the way. Ooh. That'd be nice too. Let's see if this works first. There was a lot of stuff. Excellent. So all of that's working. And then we can do Serde JSON from reader. Stern fs open. Ooh, nice. Okay. Oh, so, and take a file. And it doesn't have to take it in the string. We don't have to do all that stuff. So we can further do this by saying, let's try this. This is going to be that config type config equals Serde JSON from reader. Oh, nice. So from reader, and then the reader is going to be the file. So file open file name. And you return a result. Wait. Can I just do this? The trait bound is not satisfied. Oh. Mismatch types, expected, enum, result config, found enum results, unknown. You'll need an inner question mark for the open. Oh, okay. So this open that. And then you'll need a map error because IO result doesn't convert to error result directly. Oh no. I haven't used map error before. Let's try it. Map error. What is it? What are you? You are into. Wait, I can just do that? That is pretty cool. I like that. We just took that from a huge function down to one line. Thank you so much, Museum. basically it does a map error into and then returns it. Oh man. So it runs this because this we're return like we're passing um the function itself into map error. So it calls the into function on everything being passed into it, on all of the results of this. But okay foo also works. Oh, interesting. So I can do this. I can basically do okay. Oh wait, I would need to bring in like whatever this is. So uh you're just an error. So error? Oh, no map error at all. Oh, okay, out of here. Um Question mark that. There, okay. Got it. So okay, if this all works, this is one type of error, and this is the other type of error that could happen. I'm not sure which one is easier to read. It's definitely interesting. And it all works. So then if the next thing is if I want to like get this the tree map thing working properly. So thank you so much, Museum. That was really amazing. I love it. You know, like the okay personally, just like res equals foo, okay res. Oh, like doing it in two lines? That makes a lot of sense too. Like we just do like let so this is gonna be let the first one here. That. So let's this is gonna be loading it from sturdy JSON. This is gonna be our config equals it's our result, and then basically here we can have if let result config, or we can just return config question mark like that. Oh no, we can't do that. We have to return okay config like that. So it's two lines. You know, like the question mark inside of the okay. Yeah, it's like how do I hello Drax. You put on line 44. Oh, okay, you put it right here. That gives us our config. Then we can do okay. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Now, if we come back to here, our math that we sort of put away for a while. For x, our like x math is kind of messed up. If we want to figure out how much space between trees, if we just say that we want this, okay, this can't be divided by 4. This is going to have to be divided by config dot tree trunk count. Sorry for the detour, but that big duplication was weird to see. No, that's super good because now I'm going to be able to not have that be a problem in the future. And I'm able to use that forevermore. So it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, that was a really awesome refactor. Thank you so much, Museum. Okay, so if I just do that and no more, um, know the changes, you kind of look right. And then we want to shift you over to the appropriate spot from the left. That's gonna be our offset. We have our offset. That's fine. So I think this is where now we want to like plus our config dot tree trunk width. Maybe. I don't know if that looks right. Still like too far over to the left. So I kind of want to like space between is fine here. I want to move over by a certain amount. So I wonder if it's like by divided by 3 essentially. 30 is one of the reasons you picked up Rust. I guess I could see that. 30 is pretty amazing. What if instead of this, I divide by this plus 1? Sort of like give space on the left. I'm really curious what this will look like. Okay, and then I want to start with space on the left. Okay, so we go 1 dot dot equals to that. I don't need, let's see, space between. Okay, so just straight division of like the size of this. I might need to remove the number of tree trunks also. So this would be like a minus config dot tree trunk count times config dot tree trunk width. Tree trunk count is, of course, not the right type. Can I do an into? Will you be happy with that? Kind of. No, okay. So you need to be an as. There you go. This looks pretty good. Now, we're going to come back to our config JSON and let's like pump this up to 9 trees. Okay, that was not cool. So then try 3 trees. Okay, so 3 trees is fine. Like the space between is a little bit odd. My math here is like not right. I need to figure out what my math is supposed to be like for these, because what I want to do is like spread them evenly throughout this. So we have the width of the trees, and we have 3 of them, and so we can figure out like, okay, that's 150. I think each one is 50 width. That's 150 width. And then we have 1920 wide total. So if I take, I wonder if that would be. So if we think about it, I want 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that is the n plus 1. So I wonder if like my math just here is wrong. So if I want config resolution x, um, if here I want to do my minus config dot tree trunk count as an F32. If I want to do this first, then once I have that number, then I divide by the number of tree trunks plus tree trunk count plus 1 as F32, and the rest of you goes away. So if I do that, you're U8. Why are you upset? Cannot add F32 to U8. I want to. I want to add U to that, and then, wait a second. Wait, I pressed end by accident. As F32. There. Okay. So if I do that, and then we're going to have in between, maybe that will be better. This doesn't seem right either, because I want even space, even space, even space, even space, like the same amount of space between, and it's like double here. Let's get rid of this. So I just do how much space between trees. Here is it nice in the center. Okay, perfect. Now if I do 4 of these, four does nicely. Now let's try 9. There we go. Okay, so now I can have like a forest of any size that I want, and it's even around. And so then if I want to like make it just a teeny bit random, our offset, we're gonna then do our offset, which is random. So that plus the offset. And now we'll look just a little bit more, a little bit more interesting. For some history, Serde used to be built into the compiler. It was called Rust C encodable, Rust C decodable, but they pulled it out. They could iterate on it and explore APIs without breaking the language compiler. And Serde could do what it does is a real draw from me to the language. I agree. Serde, like, what we were just able to do is pretty amazing, and I love that. I love the fact that we were able to do that. So we have these trees, and then it's completely compile time type safe and rather performant efficient. I know, like it doesn't matter too much for me right now because I'm doing all my sort of stuff at load, like before the first frame even hits. But like the game is starting up pretty fast. I'm not doing a gigantic config file yet, but it's going to get bigger and bigger. So with these trees, I then want to add little branches near the top, and each one is going to have the same branch, like sort of like shape to it. That's fine. So what is that going to look like? I think we just do like rectangle, 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 like that. I think that should be fine. So we're going to want to create one rectangle at an angle, so rotate it and put it off this way. That's gonna be interesting. Your job is sending stuff over the network at a byte level, so like protobufs and whatnot, and having it checked at compile time is a huge win. Absolutely. Are you? I thought last time I saw your channel, I thought that you said you weren't using Rust at work. Were you able to start using Rust at work? Because that would be amazing. Hello. You don't do Rust at work on your main products. Okay. Zilby. All right. Well, Zilby walked in, meowed once, and then walked out. Cool. All right. You've been switching some components and tooling over to Rust stuff, but you're almost entirely C++ based. But still, like having like the beginning of that is pretty cool. Having anything checked at compile time is a massive win. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So with this, I've been procrastinating because this is going to be interesting. We want a branch. So a branch is not that big of a deal. We can just create a single branch. This is going to be a tree branch is a mesh. We can create that here. It's going to be a rectangle. So we're going to have a draw mode fill. This should be the same color, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Bounds. So you're going to be a rect new 0 0 our width. So we're going to need to figure out what these like tree branch sizes. So tree branch width if we do something like 10 pixels. Height can be like, I don't know, 50 pixels. Okay, so then we need to add you in. This fire is so much better. Hub. You. Oh, we're off by one now. Hold on. And you are to the end, F32s. Okay, that's so much easier. Okay, so then I should be able to get, let's see, the tree branch. Okay, so now we have the width. So this is going to be our config dot tree branch width, and then height tree config. Hey, want to come up here? Maybe? No? Okay. Config dot tree branch height. And then color. Color config dot tree branch tree trunk color. And we'll build context. Question mark that. And store that away. All right. So then actually drawing this out is going to be interesting. So let's just draw it out, like, let's draw one out, see where we go. I'm going to do a graphics. Let's actually do it inside of this loop here. We're going to question mark this. We can do another one. Graphics, draw, context, self dot, tree branch, and draw param. Let's dest this. We need to put tree trunk position. So that's going to be in the upper left of it. I do, and then if I rotate this, rotate left by, oh wait, wrong one. Okay, dot rotation of, hello. What are we doing? Rotation by, like, I don't know, negative 45. That's zero. Whatever I feel like. Yes. Okay, so each tree should have a branch. We'll see where it ends up going. Okay, so that starts there, and it rotated not the way that I thought it would. It's interesting. Let's do rotation by, like, minus 145? No, 415. No, 145. Let's see where that gets us. Like smaller. So we have this update that we're not doing anything with. And I think update is being called in the main library. Yeah, we're calling all the updates on this. So we could, in the main scene here, let's try this. We're gonna do a tree branch rotation. We're gonna set you to an F32. Start you at 0. And for our update, we're going to self dot tree branch rotation plus equals to 0.0. Very, very slow here. And then in our rotation here, we're going to choose self dot tree branch rotation. And that's going to be it. I'm curious like what this looks like as it rotates around, as that number grows. All right. Okay, so it's starting there. So it's from the 0, 0 point, and then as it goes up. So I'm curious like what this looks like. So let's actually run a debug on this. So I'll quit it as soon as it's in the rotation that I care about, which is like here. Oh wow, that's like 2.3599. Okay, so if I take like this number here, and I suppose we can actually have our config like this. So this is going to be like the left tree branch rotation is going to be just this number. Okay. So then in here, we're not going to need this anymore. It's just going to be in part of config. Update, we're not going to update you anymore. Instead, we're going to do a config dot. Oh, do we not have config coming in? We don't. Okay. So bring you in config dot tree branch rotation. Okay. We need to update the draw. So draw, you're taking in config now. That means all of you need to be updated. Wait, can I do this? Oh no, you can't. Okay. Config. Okay, so that makes you happy there. So draw. You don't know what to do. Okay, you're happy again. So now if we cargo run, we should see that in a static place, that rotation that we liked. And now we just need to shift it over to the right a little bit and then down. Okay, so where do we want to put this? Our shouldn't have to do any math here. Tree trunk position X and position Y. Okay, so I see this. So if we want to do like plus some amount. So like I don't know. Probably the branch width. So this would be like config dot tree branch width. And then the Y might also just bring it down. Tree branch width. There. Okay, so now it looks like the correct type of branch coming out of the left-hand side. And so I want to do the exact same thing from the other side. So I'm curious if I take exactly the same draw here. If we duplicate this, but in my destination, I want to rotation minus that. Am I going to get just the opposite direction? Yeah, pretty much. So now I want to move that over, shift that over to the right. So tree trunk position is um, tree trunk position X plus branch width plus config dot um, tree trunk width. And maybe I don't need this branch width. And then the Y is the same down. Jalabel? Probably a terrible mispronunciation. I'm so sorry for that. But how long have I been doing Rust? I've been programming J La Bell. Thank you. J La Bell. I've been doing Rust sort of like, I don't know, a year and a half. There was some breaks here and there in between. And then I think I've only been like seriously trying to like improve my skills in the last 6 months or so. Maybe less than that. By like actually doing more like bigger and bigger projects. You find it hard to talk all the time when you stream and program. Oh yeah, I did some teaching in a classroom, and so live coding with teaching, like there's lots of talking you do where explaining things. So I got very I've got used to that. And then you said you do Bash usually. Well, you code with Bash. Awesome. Are you a systems administrator? I used Bash all the time when I was a sysadmin. Okay, so we get that. Let's run this and see what it looks like. You write complicated programs in Bash. Oh, interesting. All right, so it's not symmetrical. Trees aren't symmetrical, but usually in games we like them to be. I think we need it to get down just a little bit more, and that's pretty much it. Right, complicated programs in Bash. Usually, like when it starts getting too complicated, that's usually when I switch to like something like Python or um, anything else, like anything that has like a test framework that I could use. Let's see. So if I want to Y, do I want to like just double the width down? I don't know if that's gonna be right. Yeah, it's like 1.5. Find it easy to quickly do that in Bash. Like, I mean, in general, it is pretty quick to do most things in Bash. That's definitely true. It's a lot easier to use the file system. Absolutely. I fully agree. What I like to do when I was starting to get complicated stuff is create a whole bunch of really tiny Bash files. Kind of use them as libraries that then I can have something like Python um, then call out to use, if that makes sense. Or if necessary, if I just have Bash using, then I have like Bash calling other Bash scripts and just executing them. And I found that that was a lot easier to sort of like wrap my head around, like doing all this complicated stuff. Yeah, exactly. Python for orchestrating. All right, so this isn't bad. I think this is good. And then we want one right in the center. So uh, now in the center, take you. Okay, so for the x, we want to go with half of this, 0.0. For the y, we want to, I don't know if we need it at all. This might be fine. For the rotation, we want half of it. So I'm thinking this is just like a pi. So what is that? Standard. Can I just do pi? Import pi. F32 pi. Okay, so pi times 2. Oh, you did not like that at all. Oh, wait. I know why. Because of that. That's why I didn't like it. Let's see if that rotation is what we want it to be. Not at all. Did it? Oh, wait. Is it going straight down? Hold on. Let me try negative pi. No? Okay. Where did you go? So there's a third graphics draw. Okay, so tree trunk position X. So top left plus half of the tree trunk width. So that should bring it right into the center. And then tree trunk position Y, and I want to rotate it so it's sticking straight up. So this apparently is not right. If 0.2, if I do like 2.5, yeah, it's close. Wait a second, is it divided by like pi? Use Visual Studio Code in live share mode. Oh, I do that all the time at work. Um, oh, to like your own Visual Studio. Oh, that's interesting. I don't do that. I just do it for like pair programming with my team. We do a lot of pair programming. Okay, so can I do? I know there's like a. Is there a Pi 2? No. I think it's like standard F32 cons. Oh, is it a frac Pi 2? Is that what I care about? Hmm. Frac pi 2? I don't know. This type of like rotation math, it's not even degrees. Okay, frac pi 2 is there. 4 will be that way. So 3. Okay, so it's going to be pi divided by 3. Well, that's diagonal that way. I don't think I just want pi. We're making fake trees. Yes. Is this is not a scroll? This is not going to be a shoot 'em up game. There's not going to be any shooting. So what I'm doing is I'm making a game for my father for Christmas, and it's a clone of a Pitfall. This is a super old Atari game. Uh, so that's what I'm doing. It's basically with the last game that he was able to play before games got too hard and too crazy. Oh, you know what? Awesome. So anyways, that's sort of what I'm building here. So I'm building the map for this, and I want a straight up tree branch. And I don't know. I mean, do I just want pi? I don't think I do. Your Atari died when you found a secret location for Pac-Man to stay alive. Oh no. Apparently I just wanted pi. Cool. Pitfall is hard. I know, it's crazy. Pitfall is hard, but it was one of the last games that he could play. Now I'm probably gonna make it slightly less hard than like the original Pitfall was. But yeah. All right, so we want to plus that. Let's also plus half of config dot tree branch width divided by 2. There, that puts it right in the center there. So now I could have the tree branch, like the green, we've got our trees. So this is perfect. Awesome. Okay. And so then if I want the background for this, if I want the background for that, so that's going to be in our config.json. We're just going to have the background color. So you're going to be, we need to figure out a good color for you. Some kind of green. Let's keep on searching through here until we find a green that we like. Something that's like really bright green. Maybe this one. Okay, so you. Okay, so background color here. You're going to be a color. And if I want to do you, we need to also duplicate you. Right here. And there we go. We have a background color. So in our main scene, we want to draw this first so everything else is around. So, oh, and this needs to be a mesh. So this is really just going to be our background. You're going to be a mesh. Okay, so for our new, this is gonna be a rectangle. Another draw mode. Fill the bounds. It's gonna be a rect. Okay, so for the X, we're gonna start with 0. 0.0 for the Y. For the height, for the width, it's gonna be the entire thing. So config dot resolution X. Now for the height, we could just go to half. And I think that'll work. So we can just do config dot resolution Y divided by 2.0. I mean, we could also calculate it all to like resolution Y minus all the different things. But I think because it's going to be drawn behind the other stuff, we can use divided by 2.0. I think that'll work. Then we have our color. This is going to be config dot background color build that and store away the background, and then we're going to draw the background. I want to draw this background above everything else. And don't need anything to do with that. Okay. So if we do that, oh, okay. So maybe divide in half is not exactly right. We need to go all the way down to here. So we do need to calculate all of this stuff. So what does that look like? We're gonna have background are okay. So instead of this, so we're gonna start at the bottom, and we're gonna subtract the config dot bedrock height, then the cave, then the ground, then the surface, and that's it. I mean, not the best color, but not terrible either. But now that it's in that config file, we can sort of play around with it and change it around, and it'll be fine. And then the final thing to get like the basic main stage displaying here is that tree covering. So we want basically something showing over our trees. So what's that going to look like? I'm thinking a single mesh, and we know the height that we want to like sort of hit, like basically just right above here, but sometimes down below. So basically just sort of random up, down like that. So we can choose. I don't know if we want to do like the same number of trees that we have, or if we want to just do like the number, like another number on our config straight throughout. And then we can create a poly mesh. One of the meshes allows me to just create like a group of lines, a group of points. So you can have like a point that starts randomly here. So we can have another random number generator from like top to bottom. But if, let's say we start here in this line and we go up, down from like 20. Then it moves over by a certain amount, up, down 20, creates a point, and it draws a line down to there. So that's going to be our tree branches. Okay, so in our config, we're going to have the leaves, I guess. Leaves. So we need the leaves height. I don't actually need the leaves height, do I? Because we're just going to go from the top of the trees. So I don't need the leaves height. We just need the leaves shift by. And that's going to be something like, how's our branch height is 50. So let's do something like 40. Once we have our leaves shift by, then we want the count of how many spots along horizontally we want to sort of like set this for. So I want to come back to our config. We're also, so we have leaf shift by, and we have leaf leaf points. Like, not sure what to call those. Like those are leaf points. We could just do 4 for right now. And you can be a new 8. All right, so then in our main scene, I think we want to start with like something very similar. We're going to figure out the points across the entire map. So if I have 4 points, I want 1 point here, 1 point here, and then 2 points evenly between. So I think with this one, space between, we can just do a straight up 1920 divided by the number in between. And that will give us our the number of points and where they're going to be. So that leaf points equals it's going to be a new vector. We're also going to have let leaf points, space between. So this is going to be equal to config dot resolution x divided by config dot leaf points as F32. You could do Pitfall Desert Edition. Just change those trees to greenish. Oh yeah, they could be cactuses. That could be interesting. Cacti. Oh, is cacti the yeah, they kind of look like them. They kind of look like them. This is supposed to be the jungle. So maybe like just the color choice is interesting. All right, so config resolution. We have our leaf points. We have our new vector. You're upset because you don't know what is going in here yet. That's gonna be fine. We're gonna put stuff in there. So if I want to create this like special mesh, let's actually try it. Do a mesh builder. New. It's not a circle. I wonder if it's polygon. Create a new mesh for a closed polygon. The points must be given in clockwise order. Otherwise, at best, the polygon will not draw. And then there's polyline. Create a new mesh for a series of connected lines. So this is in clockwise order. So for me, it's like that. Okay, so for you on the camera, it would be like this. So what would that look like here? We'd basically, wherever I start, so let's say I start up here. This would be 0, 0, all the way up here would be the second one. And then down to this point, and then choose a couple in between, and then down here. And then that would close the loop again. So we would start off. So we're going to do a polygon. Mode is going to be fill. Okay, so points, I think, is just an array. It's an array like this. Okay, so point. Okay, so then this is where our leaf points go in. So we'd actually put in leaf points. And then the color is, oh, did I not put this in? We need leaf color. Let's choose something nice and dark like this. Okay, so make you happy there. We have a color. And then you'll be a config leaf color. Why do you not see it? Oh, because you're not dot. There you go. Then in these leaf points, we're going to start with 2 is easy to start. So we're going to do a point 2 new 0.0, 0.0, x and y. And the second one is going to be a point 2 new x is going to be config dot resolution x and 0.0. All right, so then after that point, we need to loop through. So for oh, this is gonna be fun. We have to do this in reverse order. Can I do the for loop in reverse order? I don't think I've ever tried. So can I do something like for it's the reverse combinator. Okay. Wait, so would that be 0 dot config config dot okay, what happened? Why can I not see my config anymore? Config is there. Config dot leaf points dot rev. Oh, so I parentheses it. Okay. Parentheses that. Then I can do dot rev like that. Okay, so that will give me so for count in. There we go. Awesome. Thank you, Museum. It's on the range, not the value. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, so now for each one of these, I want to go the up and down, and like the also. Okay, so we have the space between, so we need you up here. So we're gonna start with creating the point on the right. I guess if I know that we're doing this on the far right hand side, I could do another point here. So point to new. I may have to wait until next time to like finish this, but we're gonna do point to new. The entire right hand side, so it'll be config dot resolution x, and then for the y, it's gonna be the tree line. So let's actually figure out what that tree line is. Tree line y equals, so it's going to be config dot resolution y minus config dot all the different heights. So bedrock height minus config dot, so we have bedrock height, we have cave height, we have ground height, surface height minus config dot tree height. That's our like, that's what we're aiming for. So our tree line y. Then then, we're gonna put you here plus or minus a like the RNG. So we have RNG, so .gen range. And the low is gonna be config dot so negative. Oh, hold on. We're gonna start you. We're gonna start you at here, which is the tree line Y. Tree line Y plus RNG.genRange. Our low is going to be negative config dot leave shift by, and then config dot leave shift by. Whoa. Okay. Then we want n minus 2. So whatever we have here. So this is, let's ignore the other side. So we're just going to do, then here we're going to want to put leaf points in the middle of the screen. And then we'll want to do a leaf points dot push, and the last one is go on the left hand side. So it's going to be point to new, and we're going to throw in 0.0, and it's going to be the tree line Y plus RNG gen range. And our low is going to be negative config dot shift by config dot shift by. Okay. Then, okay. What do you return? You return a game result. So we have to do question mark, then dot build, context, question mark, and then so we have a background, and then we want the leaves. So mesh. Okay, so then leaves mesh. What do I want to do here? Leaves mesh. Leaves. That's all I care. Then what are you upset by? Expected a comma. Leaf push. There you go with that. And then finally, we want to draw this on top of everything else. So it goes at the very end. So I'm going to do a graphics, draw, context, soft.leaves, then the draw, param, new. And if we just don't do anything else, let's see if we have sort of kind of decent leaves. No, not at all. Okay, so unwrap on floating point 33.3. What happened? Thread main config. Oh, line 53 on config. Okay, so pulling this in. Leaf points. So floating points. What did I do? Oh, wait. You can't be that. 33. It was the color. It was the color. There we go. That is tilted. Oh, wait. That's supposed to be tilted. That's the random number generator for us. Okay. Then I want... Like, we would just need the random points throughout, sort of like to change it up and down like that. And we're getting closer to looking like this. So basically random points to sort of like go up and down. But I am going to have to do that. Saying you have a float in the JSON, but your struct has U8. Yeah, that was the problem was in my when I copied over the RGB for the color, it was floating point numbers and I needed them to be U8s. But we fixed it. However, that being said, I'm super tired now, and we're gonna go out for a hike in about 15 minutes. So I need to go get ready for that and maybe eat something. There's some neat noise libraries out there. I know that could be fun too. But we're gonna have to do that tomorrow morning. And also, as you can tell, like I'm starting to get tired. My words are not coming to me quite as well as before. So let's go ahead and start slowing things down a little bit. All of you are okay here. That does look like a sine equation with low resolution. Huh. I hadn't really thought about that. That does look like a sine wave. I wonder if I can replicate that through points and basically just have it generate a bunch of use a sine wave to generate a bunch of points. That could be cool. Yeah. Okay. Things to think about. In the meantime, I'm going to close all these down. Let's make sure. Do our tests still work? They do. Okay, well, there's that. Basically, just like 10 points, and they polyline through each one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No warnings, so we're good to go there. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to you, and let's see what we got here. 13 files changed. Excellent. So what do? We are creating the the main game screen. We'll commit that, and I'll go ahead and push this up. I have all this code. If you want to go take a look at it, it's at Bang repo. And it's in this branch called 7 Crate Basic Play Clearing. So green rec down, then polyline to clip mask the bottom of the leaves. Oh, interesting. That could be pretty cool. I'll have to think about like how exactly I want to do that. If I want to like do the rect and polyline to clip it. Like how to do that in GG Easy. But that could be pretty cool. I could also just create a bunch of like rectangles. Might not be the best, but it's all cool. So with that, let's see, we got this all saved. Something I wanted to potentially add on so we can go and look at this later. Where are we? VS Code, right here. In my knowledge wiki, under Rust, insert a JSON. I want to add in a section. So let's see. Writing our own serializers. Serializer. I think that's pretty much the big thing. All right. Cool. And this. More things to fill out. Push that up too. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, Musean, for all that help. And I'm gonna switch over to my ending screen. I will be back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. Yeah, I think that's true. And we'll be continuing along with this game and finishing up building out all that foliage. And until then, I hope that you all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Have a great one. Bye.